Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Good morning, Frazzled. Hey, Life with Mommy. Yes, TGIF, right? Oh, Two Skull. Yeah, Walmart's a pain in the ass. Hey, Jerry. Are we ready for this? It looks like they're getting started late or something. I'm seeing, but I don't know why. I mean, I haven't heard anything. Oh, he's already getting food on the computer. Hey, Beck. Those look so good. Oh, my God. Beck's pretzels looked so good. It made me want one really bad. I really, really wanted one. No, where at? Jack's eating a Dunkin' stick. Did you? I thought I clicked everything I got. I was running around so much last night. I've been up so late every night trying to iron and get everything ready to go. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, can I play it on here? Stop, Louise. Oh wow, it sounds so good. Wow. With raisins back. Oh my god, that sounds good. Yeah, Jerry, how did you? I don't even know what you mean. AI song. I am so lost. No, you can't have that. Okay. Okay, let me check. Go on. Let me see. Chad song. There he's okay. Go. You're not having the donut. Go. Go on. Wow. Okay. You cracked me up, Jerry. Hey, legs. Hey, two skulls. I am so tired, Jerry. I stayed up late last night trying to figure out what to do with my hair. I hate my hair so much right now. I'm in a hair funk that I do not like. Ugh, two skulls. That's funny. I almost never go inside of Walmart these days. I just put in an order online and go pick it up. Very rare to find me inside there. I know. I feel like it but my hair is already what I call radical. I don't even understand my hair right now. There's not very much of it. Okay, is this it? Stop right now, Libby. That's funny. Okay. Seriously, Chihuahuas. You know why? Because this donut is right here. They are not gonna get off. You need to get off me. I can't even. Seriously. Oh, am I allowed to? These dogs sleep on my head. Like, I need space really bad right now. So not in the mood for it. Okay. Tap the picture or the okay. Oh, okay. Let's make sure. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh my God. You are too funny to figure this stuff out. Shadows deep and cold, secrets hidden, dark and bold. Love turned twisted, lies untold. In the dark, their story sold. Graveyards whisper justice near. Echoes of a killer's fear. Faces lost to a lover's leer. In the silence, cries we hear. Talking days, they come for you. What you done, the world now knew. Justice falls, the verdict true. For the sins the darkness drew. Death whispers in the night. You will never leave the light. Shattered glory, souls in flight. Paying price for daily life. No escape from judgment's hand. The end will understand. Both are part of wicked plans. Now they're bound by justice plans. Talking things they come for you. What you done, the world now knew. Justice falls, the verdict true. For the sins that darkness drew. Death whispers in the night. You will never leave the light. Shining glory, souls in flight. Paying price for daily life. No escape from judgment's hand. In the end, they'll understand. Both were part of wicked plans. Good morning, Mama. How did you do this, Jerry? My God, that is wow. Do school, right? I gotta go. Everyone's gotta go. I know, right? Good morning, Miranda. Right? Jerry did this. I don't understand how you can do something like this. In the end, they'll understand. Both were part of wicked plans. Now they're bound by justice bells. Wow, Jerry, that is wild. Hey, try me. Oh, how sweet. I love that. We did that a couple weeks ago. That was so sweet. Good morning, K9. Yeah, that is wow. I can't believe that you could do that. You made that song like that. When did so much shit I don't understand. Yeah, I don't like to go to Walmart one bit. What I like though is Walmarts that are like new Walmarts and new QTs. After they've been around a couple days, I'm done with them. They're just gross. Hey, Fig. I know, right? I'm trying to understand how she makes it. That was really good. Like, that's wild. Good morning, Colin. You just go right. Yeah, easy for that's exactly it. Easy for you, Jerry, because there's no way. That is really good, though. I'm so blown away. I don't even understand. What are they doing? I don't understand why. I know. I told it Chad is about to be sentenced to death because he and his wife Lori killed everyone. Wow. You told it like it. Okay. See, I don't. Oh my God. Be careful, Two Skulls. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stay home. Well, it was supposed to start at 7:30. Okay. Believe me, I didn't get up at 6 o'clock after being up till 1 for fun. But now look at this. It's on. Okay. God, it can. I've heard of like, creating like letters or something, I think, but making songs. That's a whole nother. Okay, please get that off, please. Please, my baby. Wow, I am so blown away by that. They'll probably most definitely do the most well. Right, right. I know. Yeah, I guess so. What else can it do? AI scares me, but maybe it even scares me more because that's like wild. Aggressive ballad pop beat and told it a little bit of wow. That's wild. That is so wild. Yeah, we're going to play that again. That I guess so. Yeah, I'm doing something wrong because I'm over here trying to do shit myself. Oh wow. Okay, well see that's why. That doesn't mean I could do it. See? I don't even know how to talk about it. Honey, that can't go on here. It just can't. What does that mean? What's a Google search like maybe you okay, literally you gotta stop. You got to. Wow. Okay, it's a class you're taking, right? Work program basically writes my emails for me. That's what I think of, Mama. I feel like it is scary. Oh my God, what? Take over your Facebook? I don't understand. Hmm. Hey, Tough. Haven't seen you for a while. Where you been? Everyone have a great day and weekend. Got oh, have a good weekend, Legs. I'm telling you, people are listening to my head because I just think about something and I start getting shit for it. Really. So it's like you're taking classes basically, and then oh God, I don't even know what Oculus is. I don't know. Look at this right in my face. Really? Really? Give Mama all kinds of kissies. I know, I get all the love. It's bike week here. I'll just have one of my buddies take me. There you go, to school. Yeah. It just scares me. Like, I mean, that song's really cool though. What is going on? Why are they late? What? No one's even saying anything about it. Like, this is rude. Not everybody's in the East Coast, man. Yep, you need to do that. Yeah, a couple years back, they shut the program down because they quickly started to make some weird, terrifying conclusions. But I guess they fixed that. Oh yeah, I'm sure they fixed it. That doesn't make me nervous at all. Wow, we seem to be getting worse at things, not better. Quite honestly, just saying. Just saying. They know I have a meeting in 10 minutes. Don't take me. Don't take me. Jack, look here. Wow, really? I'm not trying to fight with you, Rapper, at all. Don't, please don't. Star, be nice. Oh my god. This is getting annoying. Like, what is happening? I think I need to play that song again. That was really good. And they're trying to really piss me off with this trial right now. That's me. Okay.
The robot revolution's taking hold.
Well, Colin, I think that's 7:30 my time, I think. Did I have this an hour off? Because that would really piss me off. It's 5 minutes to 8 here right now.
When AI has fully grown and rendered passions once my own, as objective tasks to be outshown. Please AI, leave some work for me. The music, the writing, oh can't you see? I need creative sanctuary.
What is this?
So please, AI, don't take you from me.
I'm like, I don't think that's the song. Oh, Lord, Jackie. See, I can't even play this. Give me a break like I could make it. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Secrets hidden, dark and bold. Love turned twisted lies.
Hey, rapper, be nice, please, please.
In the
I don't want to be ugly with
darkest
you.
story sold. Graveyards whisper justice near. Echoes of a killer's fear. Faces lost to a lover's leer. In the silence cries.
You were like in that other song.
Talking things they come for you.
Yeah, we got the car. It barely fits in the garage. I mean, I don't know that I can put it in there.
Justice calls the verdict true. For the sins the darkness drew. Death whispers in the
Woohoo,
night.
Skulls.
You will never leave the light. Shattered glory, souls in flight.
Thanks, sorry.
Paying price for daily life. No escape from judgment.
Okay, I think I did have the. I thought I had the time right. What the hell?
Now they're bound by justice plans. Talking things they come for you, for you. Once you've done the work, now you.
I'm gonna grab a coffee. Hopefully.
Justice falls the verdict true, true. For the sins that darkness drew.
It's not just me. Oh, you know what?
Death whispers in the night. You will never leave the light.
I could play something else. I like this song though.
No escape from judgment's hand. In the end, they'll understand. Both were part of wicked plans. Now they're bound by justice plans. No escape from judgment's hand. In the end, they'll understand. Understand.
We didn't see this yesterday. You guys probably did end up watching it on your own, but
from judgment's hand, in the end they'll understand. Both were part of wicked plans. Now they're bound.
Okay, Jerry, thank you. Thanks for the music. I know, 8:30 Idaho time, which is 7:30 here, right? Hey, Artist Creek. Haven't seen you for a while. Let's watch Kay and Larry yesterday. Idaho does have 2 time zones, but like what I did, I just said, like, what time is it in Boise right now? And it was an hour ahead of us at that time. Hey, Sicilian, how are you? I hope I'm not waiting on Chad's kids, because I already have had all I can take of those kids. Sick of them already. Oh, look at that. Okay, because I'm like, if I did this to myself, oh, I'm gonna be pissed.
One year later,
Oh,
1 year,
I love you, Sicilian.
a guilty verdict. It's not over. We're able to breathe. It's a sad day. JJ would have been 12 years old, guys. For what? For what? What has been accomplished by the murder of Charles, a good man, a wonderful man, a great father? Tylee, a young lady that had everything in her life ahead of her. She was beautiful, witty, amazing, intelligent. My little man, Canaan, Todd, Trahan, Joshua, Jackson, Vallow, a 7-year-old autistic child. For what? What did they accomplish? Nothing. What did they do? They destroyed families. Tammy. What did they do? They destroyed a mind that was developing minds, the wonderful minds of children. She loved what she was doing. It's obviously she loved her family. For what? And I'm not going to even put up the 3 words that the prosecution put on the screen because it's an insult to all of them. I don't even want to say them. But what Chad and Lori can't take from us is our memories. They can't take that. They can't destroy it. They can't erase it. Our memories are what we have. That's what we have left, our memories. Our pictures will fade somewhat. Our memories will fade a little bit. But I think through it all, we will all retain the wonderful memories of what we had and what we lost. I'm I'm happy it's over. and it's 99.9% over. There's one stage left. And I will say this, whatever verdict, whatever sentence the court and the jurors decide on, I will absolutely live with it. I want to thank the jurors. I hope they get help if they need it. They've heard and they've seen things that they can't unhear and they can't unsee. I've seen the photographs. I had to put my hands on JJ in those photographs. I put my hands on Tammy's arms in those photographs. Those photographs and those bruises were made by these. It was not falling down. I seen them. I studied them. Tammy, I hope you're teaching kindergarten. I hope you're providing wonderful books to the children. JJ, you're 12 years old. JJ, Papa loves you. JJ, I miss you. But JJ, I will see you one day. Tylee, I hope you have grown to be a beautiful woman. I hope you get and you make everything you wanted to be of yourself. The Lord is with y'all. He is protecting y'all. Judge Boyce, I can't imagine a finer judge to be before in this case than Judge Boyce. I don't think there's one appealable speck of evidence.
Good morning, Jeffrey. Good morning, Panda.
Done a mighty job. One piece at a time. They laid the foundation.
Hey, Ash. Wow. Good to see you.
They spoke well.
Long time no
They
see.
spoke clearly.
Oh, good deal, Legs.
Thank y'all. Mr. Pryor, I want to thank you. I thought you did an admirable job. You had a job to do. I told you years ago, I wanted you to do the best you could. I told all the defense attorneys, do the best you can. That's all we ask. Do the best for your clients.
Tech issues in court. So court is already on. They're just.
One of the last things.
Are you serious?
The media. The media has been.
Okay. Hey, wait.
Amazing. No one in the media.
Can you say hi? Say hi.
Almost hi. No one in the media.
Say, come on in. Come on in.
Been out of place.
Oh, wait. No, wait. Hold on.
A couple that were a little bit out of place, they're not here.
I just want to say good morning.
The media is here.
Today's your birthday, rapper? Really?
Justifies everybody. The media has done an outstanding job. I want to thank every one of you. Lastly, the audience.
Happy birthday.
That has been here months.
Oh my God. He's going to get hot coffee on me.
From their home, some away from their children. They go home And I hope every one of these gentlemen and ladies that have children, you go home and you hug your children. Take lots of photographs. If I had a do-over
Oh,
for the
wow.
last 5 years, I'd have taken 1,000,000 photographs. Nobody ever anticipates that
I
we're going to lose somebody.
I must have.
Nobody
Let
is
me check.
guaranteed tomorrow.
Let me go
We
look.
all know that.
I had to go make my
Nobody
coffee.
is guaranteed tomorrow. Hug who you want to hug.
Hey, Lynn.
Tell who you want to tell you love
Say
them.
I had to go make my coffee, guys.
Be
My
honest.
special
Just be truthful.
mug.
And most of all, guys, let's just do the right things. If you see something that's not right, say something.
Oh, here we go. I'm sorry.
Don't be afraid to speak up. Let's be kind to the people that surround us.
Oh, of course. Canine, I love you. I'm so
Let's be
happy you're here.
loving
I
to
absolutely
the
am so
people that
happy.
love us.
Okay, no.
Thank y'all. And turn
Absolutely.
out the lights. The party's over.
I know, in the mug hilarious.
Questions?
Oh my God.
Questions?
Is he, Ashley? Are you serious?
I forgot to breathe. I did. I realized that I wasn't breathing. I had quit breathing. And I said to myself, you got to breathe. Our wonderful friend Lauren said, do your deep breathing exercise. I did. That's where I forgot to breathe. I was praying. I was praying for a just verdict, and we got it. I I think it's Chad. I think it's how he deals with his issues. I feel sorry that he can't cry. I feel sorry for him that he can't show emotion. As y'all all know, there's not one person here in this wonderful crew of
If anybody
we
missed
have
it,
called family that I don't want to
somehow Jerry and AI made a song
handshake.
about Chad and Lori.
It's sad when you can't do that. For what? I think if he'd have learned to have done that, maybe none of this would have happened. Show emotion. Tell people you love them. Don't be afraid to not to. One of the last things I want to tell you. We would have never made this without each other. I want y'all to know this is the strongest lady.
They are serial. Yes, they are. You're right, Lynn. They are.
One of these days she's gonna cry. She hadn't done it in a long time. It's over with.
Oh my God.
We're gonna go back home to Louisiana in the near future. We're going to take our time.
Colby breaks my heart. Oh my God. All these people do.
Because we need to stop and smell some roses for a while. We need some.
Yeah, they better not.
To look at this beautiful state, this beautiful country. The states that are in between here and Louisiana. Are we?
I don't know. We haven't made decisions yet.
Oh, okay. She's a boss. I just talk and show up. Yes. somewhere. Where do I know? When do I know? No. Like I said, Kate just says, "Hey, let's go here." I said, "Okay, let's go." There's some people that I'd like to call out. Lauren, you and Dr. John,
Right?
I don't know what we'd have done without you. My little man Banks, he made my heart heal. I love him so much.
Boise's actually pretty small.
And I'm amazed that y'all are willing to sit out and stand up out in the sun and let this old man talk and not say, "That's enough. Y'all shut up. Shut up, old man." But I thank every one of y'all. There's so many that I want to call out.
Yeah, you too. I guess.
So many friends we've made. They're not friends. Y'all aren't friends anymore. Y'all are our family. And if you ever come to South Louisiana,
Right?
Shy, I'm going to feed you some crawfish and some etouffee.
I'm going to try to find that.
Thank y'all so much.
What is going on? Oh. Hello, baby Dan. Good morning, sweetheart. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's something that's weird. I don't know where she's seeing that at though. Huh. Oh. Oh. He's got so much hair right now. It looks so stinking cute. No, I got it last night. I did. Oh my god. Thank you so much for that. I loved it. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, baby Dan. They have, Lynn. They have.
nonprofit guilty on all counts, including the most serious charges of first-degree murder. Chad Daybell showed no emotion as the guilty verdict was read inside the Boise, Idaho courtroom. Jurors deliberated for nearly 6 hours and determined that Chad Daybell murdered his first wife, Tammy Daybell, and the 2 children, J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, who belonged to his second wife, Lori Vallow Daybell. Here's some reaction immediately after the guilty verdict was read. We just heard the verdict for Chad Daybell, guilty on all counts. Megan, what is your reaction?
Overjoyed, relieved, happy, sad, good sad. Just all over relieved.
You and I were not sitting too far apart from one another inside the courtroom.
Nope.
Tell me about your feelings right before that verdict was read on count 1.
Very, very nervous. Like I said, there's always that chance, and so you kind of have that in your gut feeling that you're like, what if the decision doesn't get made right? But at the same time, I was just ready to hear it.
And then after we heard that guilty verdict on count 1, which was conspiracy to commit first-degree murder for Tylee Ryan, then what did you think?
Relief. It just kind of, that feeling that you get that weight lifted off your shoulders. It's just, you feel like you can breathe again.
The state of Idaho is pursuing the death penalty in this case. That phase of the trial resumes Friday. Kelly Craft, Court TV.
Oh, I know. It is so cute. I love it. That was Dawson Murray, Emma's brother-in-law. Wow, what is going on, guys? Oh my God. Why are they doing all of this? What? Oh my gosh. Trying to figure out how to see where is anybody seeing the lights flickering? I don't understand how I can't see it. Update, court will begin at 10 Boise time. Okay, so that's 9 here. Correct? I know, isn't it so cute? You should see the pretzel she made yesterday. Oh my God. Oh, baby. Okay. How do I put a pause on this? Because I can't. Wow. Seriously? That's only slightly rude. I can't with that mug. I know. Right? Oh my gosh. I think they're probably waiting for Jerry to get out of her meeting. That's what I think. Oh, goodness. Got hiccups. What in the hell? Okay, let me find something to play. Okay. Trying to find something to play, but you know what would happen? I'll do something stupid. Oh my gosh. What the hell? Check this out, guys. This looks horrible. I don't know what's going on, though. Not yet.
In mourning, 3 people are dead, including a police officer after a mass shooting.
Because this is one of those incidents should be unthinkable, but it's very thinkable because it's now happened 4 times in the last couple months. That trauma quickly should turn to anger and a commitment that this cannot happen.
This morning, a call to action as community leaders gathered just last night to show their respect for the fallen officer. Overnight, we learned another officer who was hurt was released from the hospital.
Shayla Reeves is live this morning near the scene of that shooting with how the community is reacting, Shayla, to this tragedy.
Heather and AJ, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara is trying to find the words, struggling to find them for how deep this tragedy really is. We know that city leaders for the city of Minneapolis gathered for a press conference to talk about this shooting. It happened near an apartment complex in the 2200 block of Blaisdell in the Whittier neighborhood in South Minneapolis on Thursday. Now, here's a look back. You can see a frantic scene, the SWAT officers racing towards the danger. We learned 1 civilian died. We know 2 others were hurt. The shooter is also dead. We're told 36-year-old Minneapolis police officer Jamal Mitchell, a newer police officer with the department, was about 2 blocks away from that original call area, trying to provide medical assistance to 2 men when the situation took a turn.
Our investigators are working hard to determine the exact circumstances of how he was killed. We know that he answered a call of a shooting in the Whittier neighborhood. When Jamal and then other officers arrived, they were shot at. There was an exchange of gunfire, and Jamal was struck.
And we know that a second police officer was also hurt, treated, and released from the hospital. Police are telling us they expect more details to emerge as this investigation continues to unfold in the coming days and weeks. In the meantime, the police are asking people in Minneapolis as well as around Minnesota to continue to keep Jamal, his family, the department, as well as his loved ones, friends, and those who knew him in their thoughts and prayers as they continue to navigate their feelings around what's happened in the past few hours. Everyone trying to navigate the loss that they've experienced here in this neighborhood. Heather and AJ.
And not only that, Shayla, but as you mentioned, we still don't have any answers to so many pieces of this puzzle.
Absolutely.
So until we know that, we can't actually get that closure that I think a lot of people are looking for at this point.
All right. Shayla reporting for us from Minneapolis this morning. Thank you.
That's terrible, right? Robert, how am I? I'm annoyed that this is taking forever, but I'm good. I know, isn't that terrible? Oh, I missed the snuggle. Oh, I do love the snuggles. I do. I'm like, what did I miss? Yeah, he is a giant. I have to make Fig snuggle me these days. She won't. I know. I could play that video. I could play that video from you, Fig, this weekend. Can I play that? You guys want to say something funny? I got something funny I can play. I can show you guys. When we were up north this weekend, Fig was putting on some dance moves. It was funny as crap. How do I switch it around? Okay, I'm trying to... I've got it wrong somehow. I need to flip it, and I can't flip it. Dang it. I don't know how to do stuff like that. Vampire. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to figure this out now. Oh, okay. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. Okay. Wow. So everybody's gone now. So. Thanks a lot, Boise. Oh, good. Okay. Good, good. Thanks, guys. You got to see that this is so funny. This is a video that I took of my daughter this weekend. Oh my God. So funny. You give no, people will. All right. Okay, good, good, good. Sorry, wasn't that so funny? I didn't expect her to say that. That cracked me up so bad. There's no sound? Seriously? I hear it. Looks like I'm just being a fool. Well, you were, but that's okay. It was fun. I'm just kidding. I wonder why. Oh my God, it was so funny. See, this one, I don't know how to flip it around. See this one? I don't know how to flip it. Oh my God, that was so funny. Yeah, we were, hey, Louie Lou. Can you believe they're screwing me over right now with this crap? I got up early for this. Were you able to hear it that time, guys? That was so damn funny. You can't. What the hell? Why not? Oh my God, why? I hear it. Oh my God, you guys, it's so damn funny. So this past weekend when we were up at the cabin, me and my daughter, we were listening to Motown and having fun dancing, and she kept doing like the, like the Temptations background dancing, all the moves and stuff. So I don't know why. Okay, let me see if I can do it this way. So she starts doing this. I died laughing. Let me see if I can play it this way. Damn. Oh my God. Why can't I just do shit? See? You No. My link. Was so funny. Let me make sure they're not trying to. I don't know how to. Just for here, like right here. Can you do it if you're up here? God, it was the funniest thing. I about peed myself. Yeah, these people are rude. Oh, Louis, did you see, did you hear the song Jerry made? Hey.
Oh, I am 100% not trying to be on here. LOL. I just wanted to check your.
Can you get a hold of it if I share it right now?
Probably. I should have admin controls on here still.
Right. You do. I know you do. Where'd you go? What happened?
I was just trying to log in a different way.
Did you?
Do you have anything pulled up to present right now? Like,
No, that's why I was good. Okay, look, can you do anything with that? Do you have access to that?
It doesn't look like it. I'll check into something else.
What is going on? oh, please. So they're having technical problems in Boise. It's coming on in 10 minutes. And Jerry, guess what? Colby Ryan's there. Oh my God. But right now, Fig is trying to help me play a video. Oh, thank you, Jerry. I made this video of Fig this weekend. It was hilarious. But no one can hear it. And I don't know why, because I can hear it. I know, I'm nervous. I want everyone to hear this. Darn it. You guys don't hear it? That sucks. No, it is. It is. So she kept doing all this she was doing all this Motown dancing. I know, right? So she's doing the Supremes, and all of a sudden she says, the Supremes wanted you to know that song even if you were deaf, because they're acting out every single thing. Oh my God, I about peed myself. It's the funniest shit. Oh my Lord. I gotta figure out a way. Oh, it's funny. Oh gosh. I can't believe I got up so early for this. I'm so tired too. And I'm thinking I gotta I really want to go live tonight because we haven't done anything fun forever. And I got up so early for this shit. Oh, I sent you that, Jerry. I sent you that video. Just dawned on me. I know, because they didn't normally even start this early. You couldn't hear it? What? Why? Oh my God. Ay. Really, Mama? What in the hell? Oh my God, it was so funny when she said that. I couldn't even stand it. Are they going to fix it? What the actual fuck? Oh my God. This kid is so cute. Oh my God. So what's going to happen? What is this? Oh, okay. What do we do? Oh my God. Hi, Lita. I haven't seen you forever. How are you? Oh. I know, Fig. I haven't seen Lita for months. My goodness. We're trying to watch a sentencing for that sick mantit. Right? It's evil. That's what's happening. Okay. Can't have your feet on stuff. I know. How are you? Oh my gosh. I texted you not too long ago. Well, probably has been a long time by now. Have you watched this trial at all, Lita? I say we play Jerry's song again. It's pretty awesome.
Shadows deep and cold, secrets hidden, dark and bold. Love turned twisted, lies untold. In the dark, their story sold. Graveyards whisper justice near. Echoes of a killer's fear. Faces lost to a lover's leer. In the silence, cries we hear. Talking days, they come for you. What you've done, the world now knows. Justice falls, the verdict true. For the sins the darkness drew. Deathly whispers in the night. You will never leave the light. Shattered glory, souls in flight. Paying price for daily life. No escape from judgment's hand. The end will understand. Both are part of wicked plans. Now they're bound by justice plans. Talking things they come for you, for you. What you've done, the world now knew. Justice falls, the verdict true, true. For the sins that darkness drew. Death whispers in the night. You will never leave the light. Shining glory, souls in flight. Paying price for daily life. No escape from judgment's hand. In the end, they'll understand. Both were part of wicked plans. Now they're bound by justice plans. No escape from judgment's hand. In the end, they'll understand. Understand. Escape from judgment's hand. In the end, they'll understand.
Oh my God, Lita, are you okay? I'm so sorry.
Now they're bound by justice plans.
Hey, Gobby. Did you hear that song? Jerry did that with AI. Not really good. It's about Chad Daybell. Oh, gosh. Wow, Lita, that's terrible. My goodness. I know, Gabby, that's what I was saying. We're still waiting. No courts are opening. Oh my God. This can't be happening. Seriously? Oh my God, my head hurts. So annoyed right now. They don't allow phones in high care. So hubby had mine. He did mention a message from you. But I was so in and out and couldn't find it later. Oh. Well, I hope you're okay now. Everything's all good, I hope. Right. I'm sure that Chad is thinking that, here he is. It's all part of his, powers. I know, Jerry, we did. I was worried about Lita. So, this is really weird. Hey, Queen. Have you heard all of the nonsense? This is crazy. Chad broke the internet. No. Oh, he definitely thinks he did it. Man tit asshole. My God. No. I've used some different rollers. I've done this before in the past, but I use the great big rollers. I'm trying really hard to figure out my hair because I hate it so bad. Oh, thank you. I'm so excited for your concert tonight. Woohoo, woohoo. Gonna get down. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Look, Lita Live's here. I haven't seen her for months and months. She had emergency surgery. You're much better. Good, good, good. You're still in bed? Oh my God. Oh my God, Lita. Oh my goodness. Right. Thank God you didn't. Oh my word. Wow, that's scary. Yes, praise to God for sure. Wow. I'm telling you, this Boise shit has me irritated. Come on. Wow, wow, wow. I'm dying to see if he's in a jumpsuit. It's on your nerve. What do you mean, Jerry? Why is it on your nerves? I'm telling you what I can't handle anymore of is this Sebastian Rogers. I don't like any of the parents. I'm tired of all the creators, all of it. I'm pretty sure there's not a single person that gives a crap about that child. But I am sick to death of it. Oh my God, Jerry, I don't even know it. I have had it with Sebastian Rogers. And you know what is so ridiculous? I'm tired of these creators because they don't like another creator. They just choose to take sides with the parents. These parents should not be up on everybody's panel every night arguing with each other. This has all gotten to be about the most out-of-hand bullshit I've ever heard of. I have no idea what that means. So JP, is that that's the husband, right? Oh. Yeah, this. Well, he's crazy. Wasn't he laying in the yard or something? Right, Lita? That's what I don't know. And it's just become this stupid circus of everybody on people's panels fighting, the parents fighting each other on there. And then you got all these other people involved. What does any of it have to do with Sebastian? I don't think it does. Right. See, this is okay. That is exactly where I'm at. To me, I don't like any of the parents, not any of them. Okay. Because they won't stay offline trying to do whatever the hell they're trying to do. I don't know. But that mom has got some answering to do, if you ask me. But it is nothing but the biggest damn mess I've ever seen. All three of the parents need to be hauled in. Don't be mad. The mom is the only one that has any answers. Well, or, I mean, she knows something. They all know something they're not saying. But he was with her, okay? That's just the way it is. Period. But it's so gross the way you have creators are like, oh, it's just like Dawn Wells and Candace Wells. They're gonna like those people just because they feel like they have to be on a side. There's no good side here. There's no good parent. Exactly. It did happen on her watch. Absolutely. That has to be, there's something there with that. Exactly right. There is no other way to say it. But what the hell good is it whenever you've got Proudfoot up on somebody's panel, and I heard that he calls in with a voice changer or something? You've got to be kidding me. Who is doing that when their child is missing? Get the fuck out of here, these people. I cannot. Right? It's exactly right. Whether it's an accident, no matter what, you know, even or whether you did anything wrong or not it still happened. You were the one there. What the fuck? And who calls their husband and you three-way call the police? I mean, I got every bit of it is like, what? There's a lot of red flags. It's just. Oh, I know. I'm so excited too this is a really, really awesome. Okay, I'm so excited for all of you guys. Right. Well, a lot of time, things happen that kids get hurt, shit happens, and you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't want it to happen. The accidents happen, whatever. But it's still, like you said, you're still at the minimum need to say what happened. Trying to help, they attack and right. They shouldn't even be worried about creators. They should be worried about the child. It's absolutely ridiculous. And how do you decide that you want to support Chris and Katie just because you don't like JLR? I mean, that just, all three parents are fucked up. I can't even stand to listen to any of their voices at all. I can't stand Seth. None of them. Right? No, I think you're right. I think you're right about this too. Whoa, ouch. Gypsy wants to work at McDonald's. What the fuck is that? You're a silly. I know. Jerry's trolling me again. She does need to stop. I heard that she put this thing about, everything she does is not everyone's business. You're fucking right. It's not. So stop. I don't give a crap what you do. She sells pictures. Oh my God. This one is riding this furniture. She's selling pictures of herself to TMZ. Stop. And I think she went to the Kardashian. Is she going to be on the Kardashian show? I have never watched that show. Not a full one. I've watched a couple bits and pieces here and there at someone else's house, I think. Not mine, because I just don't watch that. I have never cared about it. Oh, God. It is disgusting. She went to... Yes, be careful, Queen. Be careful. Yeah, I know, Queen. Oh, my God. 2 hours almost. Oh, I could have slept a whole... I could have slept at least an hour later. These ass hats. What the hell are they doing? Why can't they fix it? Oh my God. Exactly. No. Gypsy is ugly inside. Exactly right. Period. End of it. Let me see. I'm trying to find. Oh my God. Oh yeah, I'm glad you did, Rupper. Oh God. What? What the hell? I am so excited tomorrow. So excited to watch Lloyd the Storm Chaser. Oh God. Right? Oh my God. Oh my God, did you guys I don't even know what to say. Yes, he is, Lita. He's already been What happened? People were they came back early. What was going on over there? Something was going on. I can't remember right now. But yes, he is. Okay, I'm trying to find. Let's see. He cracks me up with this gypsy shit. Oh, did I miss this? I I could watch this all the time. I could watch Cinema Shogun talking about Gypsy Rose all the time. No, can you believe this? The internet is down in Boise. They need to fix it. This is seriously rude as shit. Well, half of Boise has no internet. And the courthouse is in there. Well, that's really awesome, Jerry. You've given Rapper a lot of grace. We all have, Rapper. We don't like hassling with you. Chad is hogging the internet for his portal. You can't believe he's getting... Well, we don't know yet. That's what we're waiting for. Lori the Storm Chaser. I'm so going to make shirts with that. Oh, God. Did you guys see my... on my thumbnail, I put the background with storm clouds. You don't know it. Don't even, Rapper. We've just been getting along just great. I'm okay if they don't decide death either. I mean, seriously. Yeah, right. Lori's going to be chasing storms till the end of her days because they are gone. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. This one kills me with Gypsy.
This channel, then you know that Gypsy Rose has said and done a lot of outrageous things since she has been out of prison. But what she recently said on TikTok, boy, oh boy, does this take the cake. And listen, I don't take any of this stuff too seriously, but what she just said, it actually kind of ticked me off. Like, I actually kind of got pissed off at what she said over on TikTok recently. This woman after clout chasing her ass off for months since getting out of jail, this woman is now blaming all of us for her fame. As if we're the ones making her go on the Kardashians. As if we're the ones telling her to do reality shows. As if we're the ones telling her to film these cringy TikTok videos. As if we're the one telling her to cheat on her husband and run around with the next fiance and do all of this stuff for attention. She is now taking things to an extreme level. Like, this is the most extreme form of gaslighting. I don't even know if gaslighting is the right word. But the audacity, folks. Let me go ahead and just read this first line for you, because I'm not going to get too far past that without having something to say. Don't ask me to relive my trauma for your personal curiosity. Don't ask me to relive my trauma for your personal curiosity. This woman is pretending as if it's us. This woman is pretending as if she didn't put one book out. Now another book's coming out since she got out of jail. Multiple seasons of reality shows. Hell, there's a new Gypsy Rose documentary every freaking goddamn day. And she's signing off on all of them, getting paid for all of them. Don't ask me to relive my trauma for your personal curiosity. By the way, in 2 weeks, my new book comes out where I relive my trauma, and I will use my trauma to gain as much clout and money and attention as I possibly can. But this is her way of handling things, because she's a con artist and she's a professional victim. So, knowing that things aren't going good, the general public freaking hates this girl now. And they used to not hate her before she got out of jail. The regular public who have tuned in, they hate this woman now. So now she's going to pretend like she's the ultimate victim. It's your fault I agreed to the 55 freaking documentaries on every streaming service there is. It's your fault I went on Good Morning America, and I went here and I went there, and I'm working directly with TMZ, giving them photos of my nose. I'm selling nose photos to TMZ. I can't say what I actually want to say here on YouTube, because it would just be a steady stream of curse words. And I try not to cuss too much, but boy, oh boy, do I want to. But let's try to get through this. Don't ask me to relive my trauma for your personal curiosity. Don't demand to know the answers to questions that have no relevance in your life. Oh my God. I don't think we're going to make it through this post. No one has been demanding for Gypsy Rose to give us any information. Gypsy Rose has thrown herself in our faces constantly. Hey, look at this piece of personal information. I just sold this to TMZ, me and my stepmom. What? Are you serious? Don't ask for answers to questions that have no relevance to your life. Your reality show has no relevance to our life, yet it's not stopping you from putting it out. You were just telling people to tune in yesterday. What happened? Don't expect me to have overcome my past on your time. It looks like she overcame that past really quickly. This is not a mourning woman. This is not someone who's struggling with her past. No. She's having an absolute blast out here trying to be a celebrity. She just can't handle the public pressure. Everything is working out for her except for the public reaction. Like, she's getting the book deals, the TV deals, but the public reaction Oh, no one's tuning in to support her. Oh, no. I mean, there's some mentally ill people out there that will, but the majority of sane people, they ain't having no part of it. Don't tell me about my mistakes and choices when I am who has to live with them on my conscience. Don't project what you want me to be because you find it more interesting. No one is projecting what they want Gypsy to be. Or I'll give her this. People want something different for Gypsy Rose than what she wants for herself, but no one wants something more interesting. Everyone literally wants this girl to like go away, disappear, live your life. She's the one that's trying to make it interesting. Like every day, guys, hey there, look at me. Here I am with my ex-fiance. I just left my husband. Yeah, the D is fire. She's the one. I mean, I feel like a grandpa. She's the one. I don't even know what else to say. She's the one. But seriously, is she? Do you really think she's this delusional, or is this the con artist in her? Is this her mother seeping out of her voice box? Because something ain't right here. I am not a celebrity. Yeah, Gypsy, that's what we've been trying to tell you. So stop trying to be one. She's literally looking at us like, I'm not a celebrity, leave me alone. Meanwhile, hey, you can tune in at 8 o'clock on Lifetime. I'll be there tomorrow morning. I'll be on the Good Morning America. Next week, I got a podcast scheduled in 2 months. My book comes out, and then season 2, of course, and then, the new documentary on Hulu. You're the one trying to be a celebrity. We are here calling you out because we don't want you to be a celebrity, you fucking idiot. I'm sorry, but I'll just call it how it is. You freaking idiot. No one wants you to be a celebrity. We don't view you as a celebrity. That's the whole point.
He cracks me up with her.
Freaking hates you right now is because you're going out of your way trying to be a celebrity.
Okay.
Instead of just acknowledging what you're doing, you're trying to flip it on everyone else.
Oh, shit. I just did something. Okay. Shit. Yeah, I'm going.
Brought in, please.
Wait, what? Oh, for God's sake. I can't believe she did either. Rapper. Nope, he's not in a jumpsuit. Oh, my head is pounding. Oh, is that?
I'm sorry. We do need to take up one matter outside the presence of the jurors. If they're ready, it will take a few moments. Apologies. Okay, we are going to go on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We began a special sentencing proceeding under
I know,
the
finally.
penalty statute yesterday. At the conclusion of the return of a verdict in this case, the court gave some preliminary instruction to the jurors. They convened for the evening. We're starting again with that hearing today on this special sentencing proceeding. The court has been advised by defense counsel of an intent to potentially not present mitigation. And I have in a closed sealed
What?
hearing inquired with counsel on a proffer to cover that. However, I also want to go through and determine whether or not there's a knowing and voluntary waiver of that right on the record and do that outside the presence of the jurors. So, Mr. Daybell, let me just outline your rights here for you briefly. In this special sentencing proceeding, you do have the right to both present mitigation and also a right of allocution that can be exercised at the conclusion of the proceeding before the jury deliberates. There are a couple of instructions that would be provided to the jurors. I'll read an instruction called mitigation, and it reads as follows. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase that you are not to allow sympathy for the defendant to enter your deliberations do not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. One other instruction that will be given is the defendant's right to allocution, and that reads, the defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. So, Mr. Pryor, I've discussed this with you on the record already, but you have explained the right of mitigation and allocution to your client. Is that correct?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Daybell, the purpose of these rights is to potentially present evidence to the jury that could result in them finding that the death penalty should not be imposed in your case. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, and I'm also advised then that you do not intend to, despite the preparation of mitigation from your attorney, you don't intend to present that evidence at this hearing. Is that your choice?
That is my choice.
Has anyone coerced or pressured you personally to make that choice?
No.
And do you feel like you're thinking clearly this morning as you make that choice?
Yes.
Okay, well, that is your right, Mr. Daybell. So thank you for putting that on the record for the court before we brought the jurors in. At this time, then, we are going to proceed with the remainder of this special sentencing proceeding, and we'll have the jurors brought into the
Look at,
courtroom, please.
is that Colby right there in front? Hey sis, how's it going? Oh my God, it just started because the power is out. Or the internet was out in Boise. So we've been waiting 2 hours. I think that's Colby in the black slacks. Look. He breaks my heart so bad. Yeah, look right there. I think that's him. Of course, he's got to pull some kind of stunt. Swear to God, I fucking hate that man, Ted, piece of shit.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-16-23.
I don't know, but I don't.
Chat guy Daybell.
He's
I
not
understand we are
defending
now
himself this way.
on the record with the public here and the jurors much later than anticipated, but the court's been taking up several administrative matters to get to this point. At this time, then, the court's intent is to read some additional instructions to the jurors before any opening
Nope.
statements are made. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me just inquire, will the state intend to make an opening statement for this procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be you, Ms. Blake?
Will be Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and does the defense intend an opening statement?
Yes, Judge, and that will be me.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, at this time then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to read you some additional instructions. I'll note that you'll get copies of these to take with you as you deliberate. I read you an instruction yesterday, which was instruction number 3, and the way I read the instruction yesterday had an error in it. So that's been corrected. I'm going to reread it, and the one you get with you will have the correct language. So these instructions are not in any particular order, but they'll come to you in a packet. And again, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but you'll receive each of these. So the first instruction I'm going to read you this morning is as follows. The state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty in this case, alleging aggravating circumstances exist under Idaho law that may allow the death penalty to be imposed. The statutory aggravating circumstances are simply allegations. They are not evidence. You should not be influenced or prejudiced for or against the defendant because the state is seeking the death penalty. The state has alleged the following statutory aggravating circumstances. A, the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. B, the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. C, the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. D, the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. E, the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. F, the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. G, by the murder or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. H, the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. If, after considering all the evidence, you unanimously find that one or more of the aggravating circumstances exists beyond a reasonable doubt, you must indicate on the special verdict form by specifically stating what aggravating circumstances or circumstance exists. If, after looking at all the evidence, you unanimously find that there is a reasonable doubt about the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, or you cannot unanimously agree on the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, you must indicate on the special verdict form that the state has not proven the aggravating circumstance. You must indicate this finding by checking the appropriate line next to such aggravating circumstance or circumstances on the verdict form. Your presiding juror must sign the verdict form. Next instruction. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has not been proven. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven. Next instruction. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase were that you are not allowed to have sympathy for the defendant or to enter that into your deliberations, and that does not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. Next instruction, a defendant has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify during the guilt phase of the trial or during the sentencing phase, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction, victims have the right to personally address you by making a victim impact statement, which is a statement concerning the victim's personal characteristics and the emotional impact of the murder. A victim impact statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. A victim may not make any statements that are characterizations or opinions about the crime, the defendant, or the appropriate sentence, and you should disregard any such comments you may otherwise consider victim impact statements in your deliberations. And my final instruction before we start with the opening arguments is instruction number 7. The defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. All right, that concludes the court's preliminary instructions. At this time, Mr. Wood, I understand you'll be making an opening statement for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the jury, and is there a microphone we can use?
Yeah, we'll get you a wireless mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we first met during the jury selection process, we spoke with you about what could happen if we got to this phase of the trial. And we spoke with you about some of your thoughts and feelings about if we got to this phase. And we're here. And in that earlier discussion, we talked with you about what happens if a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder or conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And we talked with you about some of your feelings and your thoughts on that. The discussion we had involved the jury questionnaires that you filled out. And those questionnaires in our conversations dealt with acknowledging that murder in and of itself is not sufficient for the death penalty. That there has to be something else beyond a finding of guilt if you are to impose the death penalty. And the thing that has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt and beyond that finding of guilt, conspiracy to commit murder, are these aggravating circumstances or aggravating factors the judge just mentioned. And we have alleged in this case, in a document that was filed a long time ago, there are multiple aggravating factors that we are going to ask you to find. And the judge read those to you. I'll go back over them in just a moment. In considering those factors, however, we don't have to start all over again. Yesterday, the court read you an instruction that says you may consider and you shall consider all of the evidence presented so far. And so you have to consider everything that you considered in coming to your verdict on the charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We will not be presenting additional evidence to you in this hearing. However, you will hear from multiple victims in this case. Again, you are entitled to consider everything that has been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt so far. And the judge read these, but I'm going to read them one more time. These are the aggravators that we are going to ask you to find exist beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration. Murder of J.J. Vallow was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tammy Daybell was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. That by these murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, that this defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, we're going to ask you to make these findings based on the evidence that's already been presented in this case and anything you hear today. And so going forward, as the judge told you, the trial will work like this. If you decide that the state has proven one or more of those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, this case then goes back to you. And it is your decision whether one or more of these aggravators has been proven. And if it has, then you must decide if under these circumstances, imposition of the death penalty would be just or unjust. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That concludes the opening statement from the state. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to present an opening statement on behalf of your client, you may do so at this time.
Just once more, Judge, may I approach the well?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to adjust a camera as well first. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
I can't wait to hear from the jurors. At least one. That'll be enough. I can't imagine what they're thinking. I'm so glad they convicted him. This is wild, though. He's not going to fight it at all because You might have to talk. Is he going to talk still? I'm not sure I understand. I don't hear anything. Oh, there it is.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pryor. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a saying that says you can define someone about who they are now and in the future by what they've done in the past. And only a unusual trajectory or an unusual or startling event can change that trajectory. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell. I want to talk to you a little bit about Sheila Daybell taking the stand and talking about this quiet, reserved, shy young man growing up in Springville, Utah. Springville's a town outside of Salt Lake City, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. Chad growing up there was a town of about 15,000 people.
Mr. Pryor, I really much apologize. We're barely picking you up on the mic. I don't know if we want to maybe swap mics or. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Apologies.
Skill with electronics is showing and has shown throughout this, I guess, correct? Yeah. Springville, Utah, small town, was at the time. I understand now it's 50,000 people. Chad growing up in this small town, quiet, shy, reserved, town of faith, town of religion, grew up in that. We heard Jason William talk about that. Tight-knit community. Maybe everybody knew each other. And then Chad goes on his mission. I don't know very much. You've gathered that. I don't know very much about the LDS faith. Goes off on a mission, comes back. This is not a mission where you gain worldly experience. It's not a mission where you gain insight into all of the unusual things or the challenges that people have in society. Things that many of us experience who maybe grow up in larger metropolitan areas or maybe even big cities or other parts of the country where you get an opportunity to experience other things. This is small town living. And he meets Tammy Douglas, and they get married. And they're married for 29 years. And by anybody's definition, anyone's definition, Tammy and Chad raised 5 wonderful children. 5 beautiful children. Very deep in their faith. Very deep in their commitment to family. And we can say maybe Tammy was the driving force in this. Tammy was the glue that created these wonderful children. But it doesn't just take one parent to do that. You don't raise 5 wonderful children, 5 amazing children with just one parent's input. It takes 2 parents to do that. It does take 2 parents to do that. And they did that, much like they shared in the Springville Publishing Company together. They did all of those things together and built this life. And Chad wrote these books. And again, I told you before, you don't have to agree with what he wrote about, but he wrote books about things that interest him. And Jason William, Steve Schultz, Emma, Jason talked about Chad that, and Steve Schultz talked about Chad, deeply involved with the Boy Scouts, deeply involved with his church, a member, a secretary to, and I cannot remember the words and I will hack him if I say that, but deeply involved with the integral part of his church and his belief. And as Jason William talked about it, he said, remember this when he said, December, Christmas time, something changed. Something changed. What changed in December? Chad got this trajectory that was changing his trajectory. You can judge someone by their past and predict how they're going to be in the future, unless there's an interjecting trajectory that maybe changes the plan. And that trajectory that bomb that came into his life was a woman who previously had been married 4 times. And that bomb brought chaos to Chad Daybell's life. And this worldly man, no, not a worldly man, no experience, the only girlfriend, the only woman, 29 years, from the mission to marriage to 5 kids. He doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with relationships, dealing with how to interact with people, maybe being manipulated. And we can argue this all day long. But when it comes to personal relationships, he wasn't a worldly man. And on the other hand, the trajectory that's coming through, the trajectory that's flying into this 29-year marriage is a woman who didn't have 1, 2, 3, 4 marriages. That's worldly experience. That's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on there. And then it all changes. The amplification of these religious beliefs, these crazy thoughts, this crazy trail of things. And you've made your decision, and I'm not going to go back on that. But look at where he was. And in Jason Williams' own words, Christmas 2018, what changed? What caused this change? We know what caused the change. You've seen all the evidence. And when I went through the voir dire process with you, I used an expression, and some of you may remember this. I don't know if I used it with all of you. I said, everything that glitters is not gold. Lori Vallow glittered. She was not gold. She was the trajectory that changed the plan. You don't go back on 29 years of marriage with nothing as far as a speeding ticket. Raising 5 wonderful children, that takes 2 parents to do that. And then this trajectory comes in and chaos hits. And all of these things start cascading. And this thing becomes very complicated and difficult. Easy. And this small town boy from Springville, Utah,
I think it was Larry Gatlin that said that.
who's residing on a farm with his wife and his family close by in a wonderful community of Rexburg, has this bomb dropped. Suddenly chaos ensues. We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what Chad Daybell's past was prior to the bomb being dropped, the Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on Chad Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing. and you evaluate that and you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't for that trajectory coming in and changing the path, is this where we would be going? It's not where we'd be going. Path's changed. But you judge what's capable in the future by what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, and this small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the opening statements. At this point of the proceedings, then, the state is entitled to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state intend to put on any evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation?
I don't think they are wonderful.
No, Judge.
Personally, I don't.
At this time, the next stage of these proceedings then would be for the state to introduce any victim impact statements it may have. Is the state going
Oh,
to do
God, you
that?
guys.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. You can commence with victim impact statements. The court would note they
This
are
is gonna be
governed by
rough.
statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe counsel has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first
He is wearing a red tie.
impact statement victim.
The state would call Ron Douglas.
Very well.
Oh, God. This is Tammy's dad. I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle all this.
Okay, if you'll give us just a moment, we're making sure the cameras are situated so that they are not recording victims in this case. I'm also going to note and reiterate
Exactly.
that instruction. These
And you know
statements are
what?
not under oath, nor are they subject to
Everything wasn't great
cross-examination.
before that. He was
So,
pulling
Ms.
that
Blake, once
we've
you're
been married
ready, you can
before
elicit
line
any
on
statement
other
Mr.
women.
Douglas may have.
So shut up, Mr.
Your
Pryor.
Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
And you never worked.
And Mr.
Never
Douglas,
did
I'll just
shit
let you
but
know
grow
the
tits.
microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably pick you up the best. And my intent, Your Honor, is simply to ask a few questions and have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Ron Douglas, that's Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Have you prepared a statement today?
I have.
Would you please read your statement for the record?
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. It makes me angry, and it destroys me to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
All right, you can go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas, and I'll have the state call its next victim for an impact statement.
You know, he must be
Your
so
Honor,
proud that he.
the next victim to present an impact statement will be Kay Woodcock.
Oh, God.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, we know you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Am related to JJ Vallow. He was my grandson, and Tylee Ryan is my step niece.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes.
Will you please read that for the jury?
Sure. Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief stricken at speaking about how devastated I am in his loss. I sit here today, try and explain the immense pain that me and everyone in my family continues to endure daily. But how do I do that? What words carry the strength and impact to really ensure you feel the joy and love that JJ created and the impact of his death? There aren't any. No words can truly describe and fully demonstrate the depth of pain his death has created in our hearts and our lives. The loss of a grandchild is immensely painful under normal circumstances for any grandparent. The death of a grandchild at the hands of another brings pain that is indescribable. If you remember, JJ was born with the name Kanan Todd Trahan. He was born May 25th, 2012. He would have celebrated his 12th birthday just a few short days ago. I will call him Kanan while I talk about his first year of life because that is who he was then. He was born a fighter, 10 weeks premature, weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. From minutes of being born, he was transferred to a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit where he spent weeks fighting to grow. He was about 2 hours old when I saw him for the first time. Seeing him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the mirror image of my son, Todd, his biological father. Todd has always loved him and always will. Kanan's death has changed his life forever. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he would be released to us within days. 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with all their special needs. Larry and I didn't hesitate immediately. We said yes. The only place we wanted him to be was home with us. The night before he was discharged, I spent the night in a little room next to the NICU, talking to nurses, learning things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, it was time to leave. The nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat. We'll get you out of here." I looked at her, perplexed. I said, "I don't need a wheelchair. I can walk." She let me know that it was hospital policy. I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substance in his tiny little body. He was ready to come home well before he was expected. And my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and so special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. While Kanan had been in the NICU, he spent much time hooked up to machines and monitors that he didn't get to get snuggled all day, every day, like a typical newborn. The noises and routines of the NICU were gone, and it was such a huge change for him. His first night home, I bathed him. He cried so hard, and I cried along with him. My heart was so heavy with the disadvantages he was experiencing through no choice of his own. My husband Larry, who is Pawpaw, asked me to give Canaan to him. He placed Canaan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head until he stopped crying and fell asleep. It became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so Canaan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light, seeing what type of daddy he was to a newborn. It was like Canaan made us young newlyweds. Larry jumped in, feet first, and did all the things a new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us new strength. Canaan was our strength, and we were his comfort. His first 6 months, we went to countless doctor appointments for his host of medical problems. We went to appointments with doctors for his heart, kidney, urology problems, speech, occupational therapists, and regular pediatricians for the things that every baby does. We were always on the move, going from one doctor to another, constantly working to ensure he thrived and grew. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it was pretty much guaranteed I would cry. It hurt so badly to see everything he was experiencing, not only from being born prematurely with drugs in his system. The decision was made to place Canaan with Charles and Lori after they approached us with their desire to have a child of their own. We agonized over the decision, but knew from our past interactions with them that it was the right one. Charles and Lori were granted custody a few short months later. It was then Canaan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved raising him. We gave all our love and energy, ensuring he grew, thrived, and knew what unconditional love. That time was priceless, and his growth and milestones were evidence of our love for him. But we knew this was the best decision for his future. To have siblings and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have available in Lake Charles. When he left, I felt a grief that can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's steps, ready to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker. I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us, right along with the huge toothless grin. It was clear that he missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, he wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. The connection was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with our sweet little man, and we were always his love, comfort, and safety. It is soul crushing that his energy and adventures. Oh, goodness. Wait, hang on. I made it a few months before I had to get to my JJ. So in November of 2014, I made my first trip to Hawaii, quickly returning once again in December with Larry. We would visit about every 4 to 5 months because it was such a long trip to Hawaii from Louisiana. One we were happy to make, and we stayed for as long as possible, normally 10 to 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. I remember one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool and he poured in ingredient after ingredient. Can still see him standing next to me, intently pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were a stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. When visiting, we would have JJ sleep with us. He would sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, which astonished them. There was never a doubt. He had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever. That is just one part of why this causes so much pain. It is a betrayal that can't be explained. JJ was incredibly smart. He was reading on a middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with him on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels: Visine, Cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, and I was blown away. He was brilliant. He would occasionally stumble on a syllable, but we took the time to go through and help him figure it out. But wow, the amount of awe I was in still makes me smile and feel the same pride I did that day. As he got a little older, he was enrolled in a private academy in Arizona, which focused on every aspect of educating and empowering children like JJ. He loved his school and they loved him. It was there where it was discovered another level of brilliance JJ possessed. I remember when Charles told us he was a math savant, he could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he have become? Not only was JJ smart, but he was also fun, a very contented child, healthy, compassionate, and empathetic. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those kisses. Instead, he showed his empathy and compassion with gentle touches and soft tones when he spoke. He would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting due to his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous tree, playing the drums on buckets, pots, and pans. The joy he exuded and shared can't be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in, and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will for the rest of my life and only have memories. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Tylee was an absolute mama's girl, which there was never a doubt. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. Larry and I were driving to Austin, Texas to visit them on one of many visits, and we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that was a horse complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her. She needed something just for her, and she loved it. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and he loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. That love is displayed in the last photo taken of them together at Yellowstone, both grinning and hugging each other. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one being "Do not enter." As you can assume, even though JJ could read and interpret words and their meanings, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would burst into her room. She would laugh, tease, and tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose just to joke and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. JJ adored our niece Maddie. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, the huge grin that kids get during The singing hit me like a truck. I took the keys from Larry and went to the car and just bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. It was the moment I knew that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. It was just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love and celebration of his birthday. It is now a grief that we are confronted with yearly, a stark and blaring reminder that we are never going to be able to celebrate that joy with him again. We never know when one of those moments will hit, but I can tell you there have been too many situations in the past few years where we were slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone. JJ loved school, loved his families, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy, Brandon Boudreaux's oldest son. Those two had such a special bond and love for each other. There were so many lives he touched that feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. 4 of our grandchildren, near JJ's age, often tell us how they love and miss him. It is heartbreaking to have a conversation with an 11 or 12-year-old. How do you make them feel okay about it or safe? So yes, this is our life now, trying to comfort our other grandchildren while they try to comfort us. The constant question remains, who would he have become? What kind of man would he have been? Would he be a famous scientist with incredible math skills? Would he be what would this amazing what would his amazing imagination have bloomed into? Would he have been the next Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Tim Burton, Elon Musk? We will never know. But we do know how incredibly special he was to us and now to countless others just by looking around this room. I can't express just how much I wish I could have more time to create memories with him and with Charles. There's a hole in my heart and the hearts of every member of my family that can never be filled and will remain for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Right?
All right, thank you. The state can call its next victim for an impact statement.
Next, we'll have Matthew Douglas, Your Honor.
Very well.
Oh my gosh. I know, Fig. I heard him tell that story too.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
It's Matthew Ronald Douglas, Douglas.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, would you pull your microphone up just a little bit? Thank you
Okay.
very much. Would you tell the jury who you're here to talk about today?
I'm here to talk about my sister, Tammy.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read that statement at this time?
October 19th, 2019. For me, that is when this tragedy starts. But it is by no means its actual beginning. For me, in my own segment of the Douglas clan, I can speak to the pain that started on that date and how it only grew as more and more things in our lives were upended. To those I speak to, I have come into this ordeal far into the timeline of things and have the thankful luxury of hindsight and having information neatly presented or as neat as life can possibly hand you in these circumstances. You're all on the outside looking in. For those of us directly affected, who you'll hear from or may have already, we're finally getting to let our voices in some capacity finally be heard in a meaningful manner, and we lived it. Often, minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. For my little family, which for a family of 10, who am I kidding? It's not little. And especially for me, it has been a nightmare that you feel never ends. A continual cascading escalation of what's next. Every time I felt I started to grasp an element of control, if such a thing can exist, of my grief over the loss of my oldest sister, something new came along and ripped it open. Hearing from your siblings that your brother-in-law has remarried and kept it from your family weeks after the fact. That's painful. Hearing the day after our family Christmas party, the first without her, that her body had been exhumed, and at the time not knowing the depth of why. That is gut-wrenching. And then the world goes upside down and topsy-turvy further, like you're being caught in a cheap holiday snow globe, thrown about and feeling like everything is obscured. Missing kids? Wait, there were kids? Now my brother-in-law and his new bride have fled from Idaho to Hawaii for what? And everybody at this point knows the evidence presented, the details big and small, many I still can't wrap my head and my heart around. The chain of events more clearly than I need rehash. Things happened so fast. We often learned of things from news or social media before we could be contacted formally by law enforcement. I always felt sorry for the moments that happened to whichever detective or member of the prosecutor's office we'd hear from. Because news moves fast these days, and it is often far outside their control to warn us before we learn of it. From heartless media jackals looking for a sensational story. Thankfully, there's still good people that still exist in that profession too. And as unorthodox as it may seem to find a silver lining and small blessings for, it is kind-hearted, truth-seeking journalists who didn't blindside us and the victims' families, or think we were just a quick quote to misuse to their ends. Because finding out things in real time that directly impacted and destroyed your family was never enjoyable. Finding out how much deeper the rabbit hole went in this with no consideration for our pain. And the continued impact on us all. I don't wish that on anyone. And yes, I said destroyed because losing Tammy, who to me was the emotional heart and glue of our siblings group, was a slow and steady destruction of elements of our family as we knew it. Mom was so heartbroken that it only seemed to accelerate and compound her chronic health issues, especially her 30-plus year battle with leukemia. We lost her last year, just a little over a week away from now. It'll be a year on June 8th. As she seemed to finally be ready to lay down her proverbial sword and shield after a tumultuous spring of emotions tied to it all. I still remember the last normal conversation I had with her just 3 days before Mother's Day, when she went into the hospital for the last time and then was sent home on palliative hospice care until she passed. Mom isn't here today, and by no means am I her voice in anything, nor is anyone. She was uniquely her own. I can speak to the impact I saw secondhand on her of losing Tammy. We often joked in the last few years that I was her emotional support human because we both understood the things about a life of chronic pain and health issues. In some of our tougher conversations, we were open and honest about how much her being gone affected us. Mom missed her dearly every damn day. I miss her, but not the pain and the heartbreak she was in at the end, because she had long ago earned that reprieve. Tammy's kids cut off contact with a lot of the Douglas side of the family for years after everything, and in some cases still do, in choosing to defend their father. I stand by their freedom to associate. Our freedom to associate is important to us as a society, but it is often a measure of a person by who they choose to or not to associate with. Having them not standing by their mother hurt. If they ever want to rectify that position or reconnect, they know where their uncle lives or how to find out. I'm not hard to find. Family ties were broken. To put it simply, the loss of Tammy revealed true natures and behaviors of family that perhaps previously were dismissed, hidden, or ignored blatantly. This isn't a place of grievances, but to explain the impact losing your sibling's heart and glue has. When masks come off and people are so true and real to themselves, for better or worse, that some recognize that things aren't healthy and it's time to fix that. It's painful creating boundaries with people in your life. Yet you're really raised to believe you should fight like hell to protect and love dearly. But it's also healing, at least on the outside of the boundary, but things will never be the same. And Tylee and JJ, two kids I never knew existed prior to all of this, and to whom me and my family are now forever tied in tragedy to. I have kids. Close to their ages. To say, even though I'm not related to them, I'm not impacted would be lying. Larry and Kay and all of your family, for me and mine, our hearts have hurt with you. as I've seen yours hurt with ours over Tammy. We've been grateful to the fact without your tireless love for those children, would we even be here now? And you've been a voice for my sister when often others wouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the state would next call Annie Cushing.
Okay, very well.
Wow. Right? This is Joe Ryan's sister, Tylee's aunt.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rickson, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Annie Cushing, Cushing.
Can you please explain for the record, are you related to one of the victims in this case?
I am. I'm Tylee Ryan's aunt, Joseph Ryan's sister.
And as you came here today, did you come with a statement that you'd like to share with the jury?
I did.
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read that now, please?
Sure. Thank you. I remember getting a call from my brother Joe in 2002 to tell me he had gotten married, converted to the LDS faith, and was expecting a baby. Joe had been the perennial bachelor of the family. In his 40s, never married, and no kids. So this was very surprising news. He wanted to fly me out to meet his new wife. They were both so excited to be having a little girl. They had already picked out her name and were well ahead of schedule, buying the best of everything this little baby would possibly need. A couple years later, we vacationed together as families. Joe was the quintessential first-time father. Every developmental milestone Tylee achieved convinced him all the more she was clearly a child prodigy. He was also convinced she looked just like him and would find excuses to refer to her as Daddy's little girl. Truth be told, Tylee actually looked more like her mom's side of the family, which I never told Joe. But on the inside, she was so her dad. She was always dressed like a princess and had an arsenal of hairstyles that she chose from each day. But once she learned to talk, she would let you know what she wanted and was prepared to negotiate those desires like she was finalizing a legally binding contract. Even as a little girl, Tylee knew what she wanted, and we were all her humble servants. Fast forward to 2018. I flew out to Phoenix. I flew out to Phoenix after my brother's death and was able to reconnect with Tylee. She was intelligent, clever, funny, sarcastic, and had the voice of an angel. She would just walk around the house singing. She would eventually take her love for singing to the karaoke platform Smule, leaving behind breadcrumbs for those of us who loved her and the thousands who would come to love her. But I could also tell she was depressed, and I desperately wanted to reach her to let her know I wanted to be in her life as much as she would allow. We just happened to connect on pop culture. We'd referenced ridiculous memes and viral videos, and her mom had no idea what we were talking about. So Tylee and I would take turns explaining the references. It was the first spark of connection, our common ground. Our second was over questions she had about what I did for a living. Oddly enough, her dad and I were both analysts, so I think it felt safer for her to ask about my world than her dad's, since any mention of her dad was a trigger for her mom, and she hadn't seen her dad in a while. I even told her that if nothing else, she definitely had the personality of an analyst. Facts were very important to her. Case in point, her mom, who was braggadocious and never let facts get in the way of a good story, was telling me about one of Tylee's academic achievements, and Tylee corrected her on a relatively inconsequential detail her mom had overstated. I teased her afterwards and was like, dude, who does that? You couldn't have just let that detail slide. And we had a good laugh. But to Tylee, I think if it wasn't accurate, it just wasn't meaningful. She was exacting, just like her dad. My last night in Phoenix, we were supposed to have a girls' night out, but her mom changed her mind and said she was going to bed. It turned out to be the best gift she could have given me because it was the first time on that trip Tylee and I actually had time alone to connect. We enjoyed some small talk and foraged for food, but then I took a calculated risk and decided to share some things that I thought were really special about her. First, let me say, I've watched a lot of true crime over the years and know the tendency of family members to apply a halo effect to their loved ones after they pass, especially if they were victims. But after I left, one of my adult kids reached out to me to see how I was doing. We had an extended text message exchange about my time in Phoenix. And I talked about that interaction, which memorialized it. I just happened to find it in the course of the case. And I was like, no one's going to believe this actually happened. Everyone's going to attribute this to the Dateline effect. So I've actually published it publicly. For context, I had shared details about some of the conflict in the home leading up to this snippet. I wrote, Tylee opened up to me the last night after Lola went to bed. I feel trapped. I connected with Tylee, but don't want anything to do with Lolo ever again. And for this next snippet, I had shared some details about an outburst Tylee had toward her mom after she had said something grossly inappropriate about her dad. I wrote, she was this angry, resentful, sarcastic teen the entire week. Then we talked alone, and she was putty. She was so sweet and genuinely responsive to the genuine positive feedback I gave her. There's a picture of Tylee floating out there where she has the same sweet smile I saw that night. It had a vulnerability to it. It's my favorite picture of her because here she was, this walled garden, and in that interaction, she let me in. Even if it was just a step past the threshold, that brief exchange was the highlight of that week for me. Since learning more about her story, even up to that point, I completely understand why Tylee wasn't quick to let anyone in. Excuse me. By sharp contrast, according to Alex Gilbert, the defendant's neighbor who testified, he said Tylee didn't like people. That's not true. She wasn't ever angry or disrespectful in any way toward me, and I was there less than a week. We got along swimmingly. Now, his reported follow-up statement about her not liking him, that tracks. She was not one to suffer fools. I also found out in that chat she loved New York City. That was my open door. So I lobbed the idea of flying her out for her 18th birthday over the fence, and it was a hit. As I said in that text exchange, I was done with her mom and her extremist beliefs, but I thought there was a chance I'd have the opportunity to develop a relationship with Tylee that wasn't dependent on her mom. I plan to show her the best views that tourists don't know about, walk the High Line together, get real pizza, take her to the rotating restaurant in Times Square with breathtaking 360 views of the city, and let her reconnect with my daughter, who she hadn't seen since she was little. Her 18th birthday couldn't have been further from this celebratory event I had imagined. Excuse me. As her remains had been recently discovered in the defendant's backyard. Getting back to our last time together, I want to be fair. That trip certainly wasn't all bad. There were also some very sweet moments between Tylee and her mom, moments of hilarity and a fun outing. I also didn't see anything concerning with JJ. Everyone was nurturing and protective of him. JJ, like his big sister, didn't let just anyone in. I had no idea if I'd be able to connect with him. I was fascinated by this little boy who had a wild imagination and the closest bond I've ever seen a child have with a dog. Bailey was his constant companion. But with JJ, as more of an outsider, your interactions felt more like moving alongside him rather than engaging directly. So I was looking for, excuse me, any possibility of our worlds to kind of cross. To that end, one thing I noticed was JJ didn't just watch TV. It was like an immersive experience. He'd be talking to the characters, commenting, imitating sounds, especially explosions. He loved imitating explosions. So I tried to do the same thing, but kind of tamped down and on the DL. I would just look at the TV and comment as something outrageous, like, what? That's wild. So we were both just kind of yelling at the TV. Whether it was a connection or not, it at least made watching TV a lot more fun. But then this one time shortly after that, his mom and I were talking in the kitchen next to the island. It's germane to the story. As a function of JJ's autism and unbounding energy, he'd run in this one circuit, which included the area just on the other side of the island. And their house at that time was palatial, so it was a pretty significant circuit. But on one trip, he broke out of his circuit and without slowing down, ran into the kitchen and into me, throwing off my balance a bit because I wasn't expecting it. Without a word, he hugged me and kept on running. I stood there stunned and asked his mom, was that a drive-by hugging? I was so touched because it was the first discernible indicator that we connected. That night, as she was putting him down for bed, I heard him ask her, will Annie be here when I wake up? Again, we never interacted directly in any way, but he recognized presence. So like Tylee, I didn't know if our worlds would ever collide in any meaningful way, but I believe that love is a universal language that's somehow communicated between sincere hearts. Just a month after that visit, Tylee wrote in an Instagram post on her mom's birthday that she had, quote, won the lottery with this one as my mom. So I believe there was hope for them to one day be able to set up some healthier boundaries and find peace. But just 4 months after that post, to the day, that would all change. That was the day her mom met the defendant. It was the spark that eventually would set so many of our lives ablaze. This case has been death by 1,000 cuts. Each detail that would come out over the past 4 years was just another cut. Sorry. It's taken a toll on my family, my health, and my overall perspective. And it felt like the world had become a more dangerous place. Just a little peek behind the curtain. There was one time early in the case, Tylee and JJ were still missing, and the city was in lockdown because of the pandemic, and police were out. en masse because of protests and riots in the city. It was like the whole world had gone mad. But I had gone for a run through Times Square, which looked like a ghost town with a sea of mental health billboards. When I passed a corner newsstand, there was a picture of Tylee and JJ on a magazine cover with a heart-grabbing headline. Seeing that against a backdrop of what looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape made it all the more surreal. But to be clear, it's still surreal. It always will be. If someone had told me in 2002 that in 20 years' time, Joe and Tylee would both be dead, and I'd be swept up in a criminal case around Tylee's murder, I wouldn't have believed it. Tylee had her whole life ahead of her. She had dignity, she had dreams, she had goals. This defendant stole all of that. To close on a high note, a Greek philosopher once said, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine." I believe that has happened in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we've had a question raised. We might ask the marshal if there's a box of Kleenexes at the witness stand. Sure.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar for a minute as well?
Yes.
For what? For what? These people have been living this crap, not being able to say how they feel. Well, we've had to listen to whatever Mantitz thinks about all this. Well, he shamed his wife. And, oh my God. What could he possibly be having a problem with? The jury, yeah, they do. I know. It's disgusting. They do deliberate. I don't know if they're still sequestered during this part of it. I haven't heard that. I would bet that they had their minds made up. These victims should be requesting that he put a jumpsuit on and shackles. Like, what did Jerry say? Come in there like looking like Silence of the Lamb. No, Dorothy, you are not wrong. It's actually they get to decide whether it's death penalty or not. They do. Oh, Hannibal. I say Silence of the Lamb. Oh my gosh. I didn't even realize that. Same. I wonder how the jurors are reacting to all this. Seriously, what did he want? You're so awesome, Colin. Oh, they definitely do. And I know I've heard from Lori's trial, they do offer counseling, and we've only heard from a couple of the jurors. I think 3. Yeah, I don't know how you ever get. I didn't even see pictures of Tylee. Just hearing about what happened to Tylee was just beyond what I can deal with. It was a lot. Like they said, it was definitely overkill.
Something that I can never reconcile. That is the impact on them. An impact that will echo through their lives. My twins, now 4.5 years old, are far too familiar with death at such a young age. Our once strong and joyful family bonds have been bruised and broken.
What happened?
I have always been so grateful. I married into a big, loud, close-knit family. From day one, I was Aunt Kelsey. Tammy was truly my sister. And I cherish the relationships I built with each of her children, my nieces and nephews.
What happened? Everything was
However,
turned off, right?
the relationships with our nieces and nephews, once filled with love and laughter, are now incredibly strained and painful. My children do not know their cousins. The joy of family gatherings, Sunday dinners at grandma's, running around the neighborhood with their cousins, all the things that made our family vibrant and united are now lost. I cannot overstate the closeness, the bonds, the depth of a relationships that have been shattered. My children and Tammy's grandchildren are growing up missing out on the essential family connections that brought so much richness to Tammy's own children's lives. I desperately hope these relationships can be repaired. The toll has been profound. My mother-in-law passed away last year, and the strain from Tammy's death and the severed relationships with her grandchildren took a monumental toll on her health. She passed without fully repairing these relationships, a reality that I cannot accept. Reflecting on these past 4.5 years, every joyful moment is overshadowed. Memories are tarnished, especially those of my children's early years. We've sought counseling, we've leaned on our family for support to navigate through trauma and grief. But we are exhausted beyond measure. Tammy's murder is the direct cause of our suffering. Pain, fractured relationships, and unhealed wounds are all part of the aftermath. This is the legacy of anguish and sorrow that will haunt our family for generations. Thank you.
It wasn't just me, right? That missed some of that.
If the state has another victim to have an impact statement offered, we can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ben Douglas.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Douglas, Benjamin, Douglas, Douglas.
And can you tell the jury which victim in this case you're related to and how?
I am Tammy Daybell's youngest brother.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes, I have one.
If you could do that now, thank you.
Yeah, that was strange, right?
October 10th, 2019, I became a father of twins after years of my wife, Kelsey, and I struggling to have children. We started the current chapter of our life. Just 9 days later, on Saturday, October 19th, 2019, exhausted as a parent to newborn twins is, I received a phone call from my sister Samantha informing that our sister Tammy had passed away overnight. I was in shock and physically unable to move out of that bed for hours after, sobbing and wondering why this had. I had seen her just a few weeks previous when she stopped by our home alongside my parents, bringing gifts for the twins and excitedly saying that she had been hoping they'd show up in time for her visit. My children only know their Aunt Tammy from pictures, stories, and grave marker that they frequently request to visit. They only know their dad as someone dealing with great amounts of grief and anxiety, and I only know how to parent as someone fighting through the tidal waves of loss, media coverage, texts, phone calls, and at-home visits from reporters. The amount of sleepless nights I've had from raising twins pales in comparison to the nights I've been kept awake by nightmares of someone close to me hurting my children. The amount of damage, having trust that was built over decades of family time, completely broken, does to an individual is unmeasurable. The pain of not just losing your sibling, but to have their children, my nieces and nephews, completely alter their relationships with me is excruciating and a lasting hurt. Instead of there being a collective healing and grieving process, there is still ongoing damage and pain. Where there should be love and comfort from close family bonds, there are now major fractures that I can only hope will one day mend and be made whole. I miss sharing our birthday month, which now feels hollow and empty. I miss my sister. Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call another victim to make an impact statement, you may do so.
This boy over here is giving his doggy so much love. You can't even believe it.
Could we approach?
Yes.
Kisses and hugs. Sweetheart. Oh no.
All right, thank you, counsel. We've been
Now we have
showing
this.
some time at this point. In lieu of lunch, however, we do just want to take a restroom break because I'm not sure that there's too many more. However, I think it is a good time to stop and give everyone a break for a moment. So we'll take about a 15-minute recess and come back on for additional victim impact statements.
All right, please.
Okay, now that he's not quite as upset. He really was being super, super sweet. So what are we thinking, guys? How are we feeling about this? About all of it? I know. Very true. Okay, Queen. Oh, you know what we should do? We should check on some. Hold up. Let me see. Okay. Let's check on some eagles. Let me see. Okay. Let me see if I can find some babies. Oh, I think we looked at this one before. Okay, Dorothy. Oh, you sent me another song? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh my God, Jerry. Oh my Lord. Okay. Don't kick me, please. Please. Oh my God, Jerry, you kill me. This is hilarious. Oh.
And it's in trouble, got caught in the act. They said it was triple, he's never coming back. Man, things messed up big time. Tried to play it cool, now he's stuck in a hard crime, breaking all the rules. Mantis behind bars, locked up forever, lost his lucky stars, no more glory. Prison life is tough, no more lazy days. He's gotta act all tough, but it's just a phase. Mantis behind bars, locked up forever, lost his lucky stars. No more fire, no more freedom. Oh, jailhouse blues, no more freedom. He's got those prison shoes.
That was hilarious. Oh my God, that was hilarious. Oh, that was good, Jerry. Okay, Jeffrey. Oh, that was good. I need to do, let me see. Okay, baby. Oh, hold on, hold on. That was good. Thanks, Jerry, for that. Oh, Lordy. Oh, my Lord. I thought I saw some babies in there. Oh, my goodness. You're ready to leave work? Wow. Has this taken your entire shift? It's taken all day. I know, right? Me too. Oh, wow. I was just reading just a headline. A gang hit ordered for Charlie Adelson. Wow. Iowa corpse. Oh, I love that too. Okay, are there not babies in there? What's going on? Oh. Well, I don't know. Oh. These are babies right here? Well, I went back some because I couldn't tell. What is this? Okay. Oh, they are. It is the baby. Okay, look at they're getting fed. Oh, I love that. Jerry, do you see? Okay, I was going to say when I go looking for something, I can't see chat, but I'm so tired today. I cannot believe I got up so early for them to have this issue. They're disappearing? Oh. Why, Colin? I don't understand. Queen, have you heard those songs? Both of them, they're awesome. I never knew about this. I want to fool with it now. Oh, wow. Well, we have cameras in the house that we can watch the dogs when we're gone. And we can talk to them, but what we noticed is when they hear our voice, they get all excited, but they don't see us, so it kind of freaks them out. So we don't do that anymore. Yeah, I want to now, Queen. I do. I didn't understand. I don't understand all this. Yeah, they have some really inexpensive ones too. You can get Life with Mommy. They do. Yeah, right. I don't know about that. I don't know why Colin's comments are disappearing. I don't see that anything is being deleted. I don't understand, Colin. Man tits behind bars. Really? Oh, they're not allowed in your. Okay, okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay, took me a second. Try to tell her. So yeah. So you just Google AI song. Oh. Okay, Colin. Okay, mate, do you see that? Colin, Queen says maybe YouTube is filtering something. We're not, because I normally see oh, okay, okay. I was gonna say I can see if somebody deleted a comment and I don't see that. I'm sorry though. Oh, yeah, I don't like some. Well, I don't know. I always say I don't like things whenever they're different just because I don't know it. Um, change is always hard for me. So maybe it will be good, but YouTube has been really weird lately. I don't understand. So I just need to take time to figure it out. But by the time I figure something out, it'll change again. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Okay, okay. Right. Well, that's where I wasn't necessarily I didn't think you guys did. I just didn't understand. Sometimes people could. I don't think anybody would. I know. I'm so tired. I mean, oh, okay. Above. Let me see. No.
You get on your fit, Jack?
No, I don't see that. I don't see anything about that, Colin. Why? That's weird. That's strange. I know, like, why would YouTube not want that? Yeah, that's weird. Right? Oh my God. Oh, wow. Oh, yikesy. Right. That's what I'm saying. We should see something. And I don't see anything at all. That's so strange. Oh my gosh. What? Okay, I should have gone to the restroom while we were waiting. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the restroom. What was that? Oh, okay, I'm back, but I need to catch up. Oh my God. What, Jerry? Oh my gosh. Oh shit. Oh my God, Jerry, you cracked me up, I swear. Right, Queen? Oh shit. Oh my Lord. Oh my gosh. I don't know the channel. I don't know. Oh, I don't know what channel that is. It's probably best. What the need to say. Oh my God. I know. You know, some of that you're like, oh my God. Like people just want to, they do that for some kind of effect. I don't know. No way, Jojo. Are you serious? Oh my God. Don't go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, I don't think I want to, Dorothy. I don't. Doesn't sound like it. That isn't. Oh my gosh. That stuff makes me so angry. You know all about it too. Jerry, how do I know? I don't know how I missed so much. I'm glad I do, I think, though. I don't know how long they were planning. They said they weren't going to take a normal lunch, right? Let me see. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel, Dorothy. That's right. You think you know everything. Well, I feel like it's been 15 minutes. Maybe that's just me. Right? I think so. And you know, gosh, after starting so late, having all this crap, All of this is making me super tired. Light at the ladies' room. Right. Did you see the one juror said during Lori's that they only had one bathroom for everybody to use when they would go on breaks? They finally started letting them go down the hall. I did. I can't believe it. I was rushing around trying to be ready. I was still a couple minutes late, and then 2 hours later, hurry up and wait. Seems like that's just the way it goes, right? Oh my gosh. Could you believe when Kay was talking about JJ reading all that stuff so young? Not wild. I mean, I realized that I did know that about him, but I had kind of forgotten about it. Let me see. Queen, do you know Lisa? Do you see that, Queen? I know, Dorothy, I'm thinking I'm so tired. I know. I want a nap so bad. Oh, okay. I did eat some crab legs for dinner though last night. I know you're gonna have so much fun. You need to take a nap. You really need to take a nap. I don't know who that is, Colin. You have to do that, Queen. Not kidding. Why so early? Oh my gosh. I don't know who that is. Wow, I didn't know that. Damn, that seems early. Oh, okay. You know what they say, ignorance is bliss, right? Oh my gosh. You guys, tomorrow, I'm so excited to watch the Lego movie. I love that movie. Let me see. I think everybody's fine. I think so. I don't know. Like I said, ignorance is bliss, and I'm glad about that. Glad that I don't ever know what's going on. I know. Seriously, it's been more than 15 minutes, right? I mean, I didn't time it, but wow. Mm-hmm. Right? Seriously. What did you guys think of Annie? They're sweet. God. I know. Oh, come on. Their sweet ass time. I'm starting to hear something.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jurors are lined up, so we'll go ahead and remain standing, please. If we can have the jurors return to the courtroom.
Oh, let me see. Wow. He makes me feel things I don't want to feel. Wait, what? What the hell did I miss, Jerry? What did you just say? Yes, we are back. Oh my God, Dorothy. No, wait. You know what? Oh, I cannot with that guy. Jackass.
All right.
You fell asleep waiting. I've been wondering who's going to put money on Chad and Lori's books now. Right? Frazzled, I'm curious about that. I hope you had a good nap, K9. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this process today. There's a lot of administrative matters being taken up while we're not on the bench, but we're moving things along. At this time, I'll note the jurors have returned and are properly seated, and we are continuing with victim impact statements, and I believe the state has a few more victim impact statements this afternoon. So who's going to be calling the next victim up to the stand?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you can call the next person to give a statement.
Your Honor, the next individual would be Colby Ryan.
Okay.
Oh no, you guys. Oh. This is going to hurt.
Colby, could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Are you here to talk about Tylee and JJ today?
Yes.
How are you related to Tylee and JJ?
Tylee is my little sister and JJ is my little brother.
Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes.
Would you like to read that now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It is very hard for me. Very hard for me to put into words what it means to have lost my entire family. I lost the ability to watch Tylee and JJ grow up. I lost my relationship with my little brother, which took years to build.
It's okay if you need a moment. Take a moment if you need to. It's all right.
It took years to build to even have him be able to look us in the eyes. I lost the ability. Sorry. Sit with my little sister and talk and share our lives. So in short, I lost everything I've ever known. I lost the ability to share my children with them, or have my children have the privilege to know them and be loved by them. My 3 kids will never know the kindness of Tylee's heart. Or JJ's silly and goofy personality. But more importantly, Tylee and JJ lost their lives. Tylee will never be able to travel like she always wanted to, or have a family of her own. Or find herself in this world. JJ will never be able to spread his love or his light around the world the way he used to. The only way I could describe the impact of their lives being lost is like a nuclear bomb dropping. I will never be able to share her gifts with the world, or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. Ugh. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone who's lost him feels the void. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ. I stand here today, motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. The only course forward is to trust in Christ, knowing that He has them in His arms, and wait for the day that we all meet again. I pray for all of you who have bleeding hearts. Thank you.
You.
Your Honor, the state would next call Samantha William.
Very well.
And that smug son of a bitch just sit there.
Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samantha Gwilliam, Gwilliam.
And could you remind the jury how you're related to the victims?
Tammy is my sister.
And do you have a prepared statement?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read
Yeah,
that now?
I would like to. I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. And others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I have never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. as we find out about a quick marriage. I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I can find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch with the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. 2 more victims and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend. Before she moved to Idaho, we talked to each other almost every day, or saw each other almost every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great member of her community. Tammy was a force for good at her school, influencing children, making friendship with others, and being a person you could count on. Pardon me. She loved being a mom, and especially a grandma. She was so excited to be part of their lives. She was content and happy. Her and I had made plans that when we were old that we would live next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well. She was made out by some in this court as if she was lazy and fat and dying from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like I am dying? It is not a crime to be a middle-aged woman trying to be healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally. My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with 1 grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. We do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be betrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know as I say this now, my sister should not be dead right now. She should be here alive and smiling with her family and friends. She should be doting on her grandchildren and taking care of her animals. It is a cruel world that has taken her from us. We need to feel some peace for the first time in 5 years. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very well, does the state have another victim to make an impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Michael Douglas.
Okay. You can inquire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Michael Douglas.
And are you related to a victim in this matter?
I am.
And who is that?
Tammy.
How are you related to Tammy?
I am Tammy's sibling.
Did you prepare a statement for today?
I did.
Would you please read that?
I will. I am Tammy's older brother and the oldest of the Douglas siblings. My experience and the impact this has had on me has been profound. The day Tammy was killed, I received a phone call, and I looked down to see Samantha's name, and I answered the phone. Good morning. Samantha said, "It's not going to be." It turns out she was right. I was in shock, and after the funeral, I drove to Idaho the next morning to be at her Idaho memorial. When I left, I called my wife and told her something was off. I tried to keep everyone from jumping to conclusions, mostly myself. I probably should have done more jumping. When we heard about the marriage, we were given a false date to lead us to believe that it had not been only 2 weeks. Then we found out the real date. I'd received a call from my Aunt Vicky and my cousin Julie, encouraging me to pursue an autopsy. I told them I couldn't because I was doing everything I could to keep my mom and dad alive. When we found out about the exhumation, I hoped that there was nothing to be found. I never wanted someone to be more wrong than I wanted Aunt Vicky to be wrong. But it was me that was wrong again. All of us were devastated by the exhumation, but especially my mother. She saw the exhumation as a desecration of Tammy's gravesite. Once Tammy was reinterred, my mom asked that we would meet again at the gravesite, and we did so, and held a family service. I then received a phone call from my mother indicating that there were 2 missing children. I remember where I was, what I was doing, and the exact feeling of, oh, please no. Please don't let this be so.
My heart sank, and I said to my mom, Mom, Chad told us they were empty nesters. Surely this is a mistake, not anything to worry about. Maybe they have them in hiding. Maybe there's something else going on. Oh, I was wrong again. People would come up and ask if the kids had been found yet when they would see me in public. And the stress and anxiety grew. And then the day came that the children were found. I broke into more pieces than I can count. I was at work, began crying hysterically and had to be rushed into an office. I was surrounded by people that had figured out that this was coming long before I did. Hope was lost. I went into therapy, both talk and medicinal. My blood pressure went so high that my doctor prescribed something he'd only done 3 times previous in his long career. He was afraid I was having a stroke right there in the office and had an ambulance on standby in case I did so. When I learned of the results of the autopsy, I did not sleep for 6 weeks. The nightmare fodder that I have been provided will last me a lifetime. My insurance rates have skyrocketed due to the medications I started on right after the children were found, and I'm now ineligible for certain coverages. As the big brother, I felt and I feel like a failure. I failed to protect Tammy. I looked for a silver lining, as we do as big brothers, trying to set up some kind of a win, and none to be found. For the first time in my life, I was unable to function at the level I always had. Work, family, God, all of my relationships suffered. I had to be told by my therapist that I had already lost, that I would not find a win. I have mostly come to terms with that, but the loss is still so very raw. I now have an angry part that has become hopefully not a permanent part of me. People that have known me most of my life don't know who I am. They don't know what I'm going through because they are not the big brother whose sister was killed. I cannot tell you what my dad or siblings have suffered because I did not lose a child or an older sibling. The grief and suffering is unique to each of us, but has driven wedges of misunderstanding. If this were radioactivity we were dealing with, I would look to the half-life to see when the pain and suffering might stop. The half-life of this experience will cover generations and many lifetimes. The scarring continues and the painful things keep happening. I have likened it to being in a slow-motion train crash these past 4.5 years. Watching loved ones and myself, as well as total strangers, caught up in the disaster, continuing to be pummeled with no end in sight. Today, hopefully, that train wreck loses momentum and finally comes to a screeching halt. I helped to found a charity to honor Tammy's legacy and to keep her memory alive. We named it after her, and I have had many suggest that the name Daybell should not be there. That was her name. That was and is her children's names and her grandchildren's names and will continue to be. We have strived to stay out of the public eye, to not do media requests, to not speak publicly about this, because we have attempted to continue our relationships with Tammy's children, to be able to have relationships with her grandchildren, all of their families. We love them and care for them, but there has been an alienation that is as painful as losing Tammy. We have relatives, children that have joined the family that we have not been allowed to meet due to this train wreck that you're all part of. I have been robbed of the opportunity of growing old with my little sister, being grandparents together and teasing each other into old age. I have had my peace stolen, and I have to fight every day to be patient and kind with others and myself. I have had some that have seen my wounds and have attempted to exploit this time of anguish for their personal gain. This train wreck has brought out much good in many, but has fostered much evil in others. I have lost a large portion of my income, my creative energy, and my ability to be of service to others due to the general loss of energy and health that this has caused. I am wounded, broken, sad, angry, disgusted, betrayed, and looking for answers on the constant pain of grief and loss. We hope that after this is over, we can attain closure and healing and take the next steps to finding ways to heal and grow stronger from these wounds afflicted upon us. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee have all been robbed of that choice and that chance.
All right, does the state have any further victim impact statements to provide?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, at that point then, with the proceedings, the next inquiry the court would make is in relation to the defendant's right of allocution. Mr. Pryor, have you discussed with Mr. Daybell his right to make an allocution before the jury considers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Daybell going to make any allocution?
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Daybell? No allocution? Very well. That will conclude the submission of evidence and the right of allocution in this proceeding. The next issue the court will take up then is briefly reviewing the final instructions that will be given to the jurors, as well as a verdict form before they retire for deliberation. We do need to take a moment to review those with counsel outside of the presence of the jurors. They are prepared, so I don't think this will be an extensive break, but we will take a break here for the court to go through jury instructions with counsel. Once that's concluded, we'll have the jurors brought back in for any closing arguments that may be presented by the state and the defense. So if all would rise for the jurors, we'll do that at this time.
Right, Queen. I get that too.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I don't know that.
Counsel, the court has submitted For your review, sentencing phase jury instructions. The court's already read several of the instructions to the jurors, and there are additional instructions. With our apologies, the numbering is out of order, which I'll explain to the jurors just in the manner in which we were putting these together today. But the remaining instructions.
He sits there while they've lost the relationship with the kids as
Would
well.
include instruction as labeled number 5, instruction.
And he has
number
nothing to
9,
say. Of course he doesn't.
Number 10, 11,
Exactly. I'm glad to.
12,
Yeah.
16.
Done with his ass.
And we've got 14 and 15.
I don't know, you guys.
The
It's been
order I'll be
5
reading
hours. I
these
got to
in,
get off here. I can't.
and
I
the
don't
proposed
think I
verdict
can
form.
listen to this part.
So before I give these,
Is anybody wanting to hear all this right now? This has been a lot. No, right. And you know what? They have firing squad too. In there. In Idaho. Yeah, I do too. I really have to get away from this first. I can't. I came to Home Goods. I need to get. I need to go outside with Jack. Yes, prayers for everybody here. Everybody. That was definitely very. Very rough. Oh, wait, what? I didn't see Collins. The lady spirit stood by the lady who spoke. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Wow. That was her. Wow. Whew. I'll be back tonight. Yeah, I will. I will. I'm going to go outside, have some time with Jack. Hopefully have a nap. Yeah, I'm going to. I'm going to. Thank you guys so much for doing this with me. It was rough. And please, yes, keep everybody in your prayers. These poor people. Maybe they can get some peace. And I'll be thinking about all of you guys too. Love you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I want pictures, Queen. Don't even worry about us. You have the time of your life, and I want to see pictures. Yes, take care, everyone. You too, Colin. Thank you so much, Colin. All right, love you guys. Bye.